Good morning, my friends. I hope you all are ready for round 3 of Alan Jackson versus Yuri Bukkake. Oh, man. Yeah, I listen, dude, I'm not giving Bukkake no respect, dude. I'm not giving this fool no respect. Now, listen, I know that court doesn't start until 10 a.m., but there's something that came across my desk, as it were, but I don't know how true it is or not. I don't know what to make of it. Let's explore it together, shall we? So, this came up. I don't know how real this shit is, but let's look into it. So, one of my mods, who is one of my homies on X, posted this link. And I guess it's real because it shows up. I mean, I guess there's a site for this. You guys are gonna trip out on this. So this is apparently the official site for the Brady list, right? Now, I can't give you a full-on explanation of what the Brady list is necessarily. I know it's bad. I know that there has been an insane, obscene amount of Brady violations on the Commonwealth's part for the last 2 years. And so what we've got here is this Brady list site. Okay, it is gigliobradylist.com. Brady offense number 17468335966-134143545. And as we go on, here we have Brady offense number 17468335966-134143545. And we have Massachusetts State Police, Yuri Bukkake, the date of the offense, May 9th, 2025. The offenses: false statements, abuse of authority, misconduct, cooperative misconduct. And Altman is saying it's not true. Okay. Well, what is this site then? Is this not a legit site? In the course of Sergeant Buchake's testimony during Kara Reed's retrial, defense counsel exposed a series of investigative and procedural deficiencies that directly bear on his credibility and the integrity of the prosecution's case. These disclosures constitute Brady material, evidence that must be disclosed to the defense and support adding Sergeant Bukkake to the Brady list. 1, inadequate documentation of evidence recovery. Bukkake acknowledged recovering only 6 pieces of plastic and 14 pieces of glass from the scene, but failed to record their precise locations, instead noting that they came from a vague 40 to 50 square foot area. Proper scene documentation is fundamental to preserving the chain of custody for physical evidence. Stuff we already know. Okay, so this is an opinion, not official. Well, I mean, I don't know what makes these things official, people. I don't know what the fuck this is, okay? All I know is there's this site here. I don't know how official this site is. And it goes on to say backdated and secondhand evidence labeling. Under cross-examination, Bukkake admitted that evidence bag labels were completed after the fact, potentially relying on recollections of others rather than contemporaneous notes, thereby raising questions as to whether the labeling accurately reflects who collected each item and when. Delayed discovery of new evidence. Items attributed to the initial scene were in fact discovered by a different trooper, Michael Proctor, as late as February 18th, 2022, nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe's body was found. Bukkake himself had previously swept the same area without finding these fragments, suggesting that melting snow or other factors may have introduced or displaced evidence. Impaired witness recollection. Bukkake could not recall basic details such as whom he spoke with at the scene or what exactly was communicated, undermining the reliability of his testimony about critical investigative steps. Number 5, supervision of disgraced investigator. As Proctor's supervisor, Bukkake presented in court that very same unprofessional, vulgar text messages that led to Proctor's dismissal for misconduct. His role in bringing those texts into evidence highlights a lapse in oversight of subordinate officers whose conduct is itself Brady material. Taken together, these admissions go to the heart of prosecutorial integrity and the officer's credibility as a witness. Federal and state courts have held that the evidence undermining an officer's truthfulness and the soundness of evidence collection must be disclosed to the defense under Brady versus Maryland. Sergeant Bukkake's failures in documentation, chain of custody, recollection, and supervisory oversight clearly satisfy these criteria and warrant his inclusion on the Brady list. Okay, so this is just somebody trying to submit his name onto the Brady list. That's what that's coming off as to me. So it's not, all of these things are factual. All of these things absolutely happen. And the question is, do they constitute a Brady violation? Now, I'm not an attorney, but I am assuming yes. So to me, hey, what's up, Team Brittany? To me, yeah, this is an issue. So it seems like, you can submit someone onto it, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be on the Brady list. You submit someone's name to be included onto the Brady list, and that looks like that's what this was. They should fucking put Brennan's name all over that thing. No, he's not on the Brady list. It's just somebody. I mean, I guess you could just suggest someone to be on it. You can submit a name that you think should be on the Brady list. That's what that's coming off as to me. But it was sent to me, so I figured I'd explore it. And we've explored it. So yeah, I wouldn't invest too much into it unless we hear a lot more about it. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call that I'm gonna call that a fail. A big fat nothing burger. So let me have Law and Crime pulled up here. All right, well, let's see. Like, you guys want that shit to be true so bad. Calm down. Let's see. How do I view the Massachusetts Brady list? The Massachusetts Post Commission website. There it is. So how do I view the Brady list? Hold on, let me go back. For law enforcement, the database includes summaries, blah, 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 according to the Massachusetts Post Commission. It doesn't say. And then there's just that one site that I just showed that pops up. Massachusetts State Police Brady list. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Okay, officer status list. Sergeant. How do you spell his fucking name? Yuri Buke. How do you spell his fucking name? Hold on. All right, I think I got it. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't show up as being disciplined in any way at all. Nothing comes up. Not in the post commission site, anyway. Yeah, so nothing comes up. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's just them trying to, somebody submitting his name, so that he's looked into, but there's nothing official. Oh, Grant's dad passed? Oh my God, that's terrible. My condolences to Grant for that as well. I'm really sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, there it is. Look, it just popped up on my X. Grant posted, "Dear friends, my father, Frederick Ellis. My father, Frederick Ellis, passed away overnight from cancer. He was surrounded by family in his own bed as he wanted. My dad was a good man who helped me become the person I am today. I will dedicate today's broadcast in his honor, and we will take some time to talk about his life service to the Commonwealth, to his family also. And yes, I'll finally tell the story about that Prince Street Garage Task Force from the 1980s. There's a lot here. Okay. Okay, yeah, I see. And David Yannetti commented, said, "I am very sorry to hear this, Grant. My condolences." And yes. Dude, did you all know that Mark Randazza fucking competes in fitness shit? Dude, that dude beat cancer. You know how badass that guy is? Dude, he just won. He just overturned Bev's decision in the Supreme Court and just won a fitness competition. Like, and he beat cancer. Like, that guy has got the card to talk all the shit ever. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. Grant is Grant Smith Ellis. He's a character. I'm gonna refrain from taking jabs at him today, simply because for the sake of scruples, I'm going to refrain from taking any jabs at Grant today, because I don't dislike Grant. He's just Grant. You know what I mean? He does things, and those things are not always okay. Um, but I don't have any personal feelings against Grant. He's always been very nice to me. Norman Corey, thank you so much. Microdot's video having your voice as the intro was badass. Hell of a way to kick off that video. Yeah, it was really humbling, man. That was really cool that that Microdots did that. I absolutely love Microdots. Richie's just the dopest dude in the world. So yeah, that was really cool that he used my voice for that last video. And it's an amazing video too. Like, makes it that much cooler because it's like my favorite video that he's made so far. It's dope. Like, he really breaks down that waterfall footage. I mean, right. And then he goes and he does shit like that. And then it's just like, yeah. But it's not about him. It's about my own personal shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy's father just died. Everybody has people that they're close to. Everybody has people that they care for. And it's shitty to not be empathetic of that, at least to some degree. So at least for the day, I'm not going to, and Grant it's his business how he chooses to grieve. It's not okay to talk shit and lie, but I'll attack him for it tomorrow. You know what I mean? I don't need to do that now. He gets a pass today. And maybe he's taking advantage of that. Whatever. It's his problem. It's between him and God. People keep asking who Grant is. Grant is Grant Smith Ellis. You would know him better on X or Twitter. And he's a writer. I guess an independent journalist. The problem is that he lies a lot. And he's a character, so, and like when I play the super chat song, that's him at the very end, and then I just have Plevin's face superimposed on top of his. That's Grant. How dare you? That's Grant. And yeah, he likes me. And I don't dislike him. He's okay. He just lies too much, and at the end of the day, what's going to end up happening is he's just going to be held accountable for his lies. And I'm just going to be like, I told you so. Yeah, still nothing on the buffer zone. I mean, it's only Monday, so who knows? I'm curious though. I wonder if Bev will address it at some point, because I mean, is she just gonna just ignore it? Like, wait, what? SD said a new motion by the CW. Can you send that to me, please? The new motion by the Commonwealth just filed, looking to introduce new witness to testify about hostile relationship. Okay, so supposedly Karen and John had a hostile relationship, according to a new witness. So now all of a sudden they're just going to bring a new witness in that's willing to just be like, yeah, they were toxic. Come on, bro. Like, come on. Oh, the Aruba thing. Oh, God, the Aruba thing. Dude, how are they going to have a new witness come testify, but they're not going to have the Sullivan sluts testify? Explain that shit. Or are they entering the Aruba sluts now? Is that what's happening? Dude, I never seen a bigger hater in my life than that Sullivan chick when she testified at the first trial. That girl was so mad. It's just like, I don't even, dude. Karen went above and beyond. Like she admitted to overreacting. Like in the text with Higgins, she doesn't even say that she saw him kissing. She doesn't even say that she saw him kissing. Right? The Sullivan chick. She says all over. It's all over some chick in Aruba. All over, meaning he could have just been hanging on her and then she thought too much about it, which is kind of how that comes off, if I'm being totally honest. And then what does she do? Like, she confronts the girl. They have an exchange of words. And then Karen feels bad about it, apologizes, and then offers to pay for the rest of her stay in Aruba. Dude, like any basic customer service job. Like they tell you, what do you do to fix what do you do when you're dealing with a bad situation and a customer complaint? Right? They say apologize and make it right. Apologize, offer them something, make it right. Right? There's a reason why it's a good marketing tool to do that. It's because it's a kind thing to do. It's the most tried and true method of fixing a problem. Apologizing and then finding a way to make up for it. And that's what she did. That is someone who showed through actions taking full accountability for their actions. I don't see the issue here. And then this person sits on the stand and is with her attitude and her head movements and shit. And I'm just like, dang, John. You know what I mean? All right. So sorry, I'm going through my feed. Oh. Law and Crime needs to fucking get their shit together because that was awful, whatever that was. Yeah, I mean, if nobody else is talking about that Brady list, I don't think it's even worth fucking talking about. Bro, Higgins, dude, can never fucking show his face in public after this. Can you imagine Higgins? Can you imagine Higgins hitting on somebody now? All right, hold on. Let me see what we got here. Oh, I can't like let me see. I'm just going to read it, okay, folks? The Commonwealth moves to admit testimony through percipient witnesses who observed the defendant and victim's volatile and hostile relationship as it existed at the time of the victim's death. 4 weeks prior to the murder, the defendant became enraged at the victim for speaking to a female friend who was on their group vacation in Aruba and accused the victim of having an affair. And thank you, Esty, for sending this to me. This incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident, as well as to statements of the defendant in the immediate aftermath. Evidence of a defendant's prior bad acts may be admissible to prove opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, pattern of operation, or common scheme of or course of conduct. As long as the probative value of the evidence is not outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice, the determination to admit such evidence based on timelines, place, character, and probative value is one for the trial judge to make and will be reversed on review only if palpably wrong. Evidence of the Aruba incident was proffered by the defendant through a series of text messages. Oh, come on. What in the hell? Sorry, this thing like... Why is it... All right. No, like all of a sudden this thing just got like really small print. Whatever. I don't care. Evidence of the Aruba incident was proffered by the defendant through a series of text messages between the defendant and Brian Higgins, thus opening the door. Oh, wow. Seriously, so we're already privy to this information that this is based on? Is that supposed to be funny? Evidence of the Aruba incident was proffered by a defendant through a series of text messages between the defendant and Brian Higgins, thus opening the door for the Commonwealth to rebut the defendant's misleading and inaccurate claims about what had occurred weeks prior in Aruba. This incident in Aruba seems to also be the turning point in the relationship, as the defendant told Brian Higgins that her relationship with the victim was a very fucked up situation, and she had observed the victim all over a friend's sister of the lobby of our hotel. Jesus Christ. And accused the victim of having hooked up with another girl while in Aruba. So what? Oh, Spanky, you're reaching, buddy. Hashtag Hanky. You are reaching, my friend. In the January 29, 2022 voicemails previously entered into evidence, the defendant screams at the victim for apparently fucking another girl and repeatedly refers to the victim as a pervert. There has also been evidence that prior to arriving at 34 Fairview Road, there was reference to a woman the victim used to date. The defendant proffered the entirety of the text messages between herself and Brian Higgins, including the defendant's admissions about her feelings towards the victim and the nature of their relationship. The evidence proffered by the defendant also demonstrated a continuing animosity in the weeks and days prior to the victim's death. The jury should be permitted to hear from the witnesses of this Aruba incident who will rebut the characterizations or rebut the characterizations made by the defendant to Brian Higgins. Such testimony would be offered through Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Aaron O'Keefe, and Juvenile KF. See Commonwealth, blah, 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 blah. Dude, get the fuck out of my face with this. Please, Spanky, for fuck's sake. What are you doing? So as I called it, okay, folks, as I called it earlier, they're saying, so Spanky's trying to say that because we see the voicemails that she left in the morning of January 29th, 2022 as proof that she thought he was cheating, that she didn't know where he was. But now Spanky's trying to twist that. This is why I told you guys not to underestimate him. Now it's not going to work. It's still a fucking stretch and it's a reach. But this gives you a little insight as to the depths that Spanky is willing to go, right? So this shit that he's trying to pull here, he's trying to take that and say, oh, well, she's trying to cover it up, and what she's showing is that she was really, really angry about the Aruba thing. And she's showing in those voicemails how angry she was about the Aruba thing and this is what she's doing, is out loud trying to justify her actions because she just murdered her boyfriend over it. So now she's leaving these voicemails in this Freudian way to try to justify in her mind her disgusting and sick and homicidal actions that she just engaged in. Get the fuck out of here with that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, so then you've got this other one here. Okay. The Commonwealth's motion to preclude admissible hearsay under the guise of the Bowden defense. Evidence that certain tests were not conducted, that certain police procedures were not followed, or that certain information known to the police about other suspect was not investigated in circumstances in which was reasonable to expect that the police should have conducted such tests, followed such procedures, or investigated such information is admissible. However, a defendant does not have an unfettered right to elicit evidence regarding the adequacy of the police investigation. What? The admissibility of such evidence hinges first and foremost on its relevance. The admissibility of such evidence hinges first and foremost on its relevance. See also Commonwealth Bowden, blah, blah, blah. Judge properly exercised discretion to exclude third-party culprit evidence as part of a Bowden defense, where defense counsel's proffer did not demonstrate that the probative weight of the Bowden evidence exceeded the risk of unfair prejudice. Wait, what? So the Commonwealth is trying to exclude that the chain of custody is invalid, or it's trying to exclude the chain of custody issue being evidence. Is that supposed to be funny? I don't fully understand this motion, so I'm going to read. Okay, so let me read that one more time. Evidence that certain tests were not conducted, that certain police procedures were not followed, or that certain information known to the police about other suspect was not investigated, such as the waterfall grill video, in circumstances in which it was reasonable to expect that the police should have conducted such tests, followed such procedures, or investigated such information, is admissible. Right. Okay. But then their argument is, however, a defendant does not have an unfettered right to elicit evidence regarding the adequacy of the police investigation. Okay, so they're trying to argue that the defense can't argue the adequacy of their investigation. They're trying to say that the defense has no grounds. If I'm reading this correctly, they're trying to say that the defense has no grounds to say that they didn't conduct a thorough investigation. What? I mean, that's pretty slick. The Betty Paralegal, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Gifting 5 memberships. That's amazing. And all of you who have left to go watch somebody else, you can kiss my dick. Okay. I know all of your names. I was keeping track. Check, check, check. You fucks. You fair weather fucks. Anyway, This should be starting soon. Court is scheduled to begin at 10. Naughty list, exactly. You cunts. Christine, member for 5 months. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I know. I love you too, Jay Armstrong. You guys are fantastic. I should unmute this so that I know when. There we go. James Jackson is my boy. That was awesome that podcast gave them a shout out. That was cool. I forgot that podcast's name. What the? Okay. So basically, Buchanan's. This is just a sign. Mike B from the 413. Thank you so much. So this is just a sign that I've got some helpful help here. So this is just a sign that Brennan is getting desperate. He's freaking out. Okay. So what they're doing is they're requesting a voir dire of Bukkake, right? Why? A voir dire of Bukkake, just going to waste the court's time, waste the jury's time some more because the jury can't be present for it. That's why it's a voir dire. And so the jury's not going to be present for it. So they want a voir dire of Sergeant Bukkake for the court to determine whether the areas of the defendant's proffer of Bowden evidence is admissible before evidence and argument can be made to the jury. So basically, they want to get the judge to interfere in this and basically say, oh, okay, the jury can't hear this lack of investigation that took place on the Massachusetts State Police part. So right now, Brennan's trying to make sure he's trying to control the jury hearing how fucked up this is. Now it's too late. I mean, it's just too late. The jury already heard plenty. The jury has heard enough to have doubt. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's blowing my mind that Brennan thinks that this is a good move. Because it seems like just a stall tactic. Yeah, it's a stop the bleeding tactic, but it's too late. There's already been too much blood loss. That's a great point, Britt Happens. Great point. He wants to get ahead of and hear cross-questioning before the jury does. So he's requesting that this happen before this cross-examination continues. He's hoping to get this done so that he gets a heads up on what the cross is going to be. That's a great point, Britt Happens. That's what makes the most sense, honestly. At least to me. And in the meantime, let me see. We've got and Mike B from the 413. Right, there you go. I just explained that. There you go. Mike B again. Thank you, buddy. And thank you, Sue Nowicki. You're the best. We'll love you. What about the fucking shoe? That's what I'm saying. It's not the same shoe. Now, I'm sure now the defense filed an opposition motion. I'm assuming that happened as well. I have the feeling that we are going to be that today's hearing is going to be a shit show. And a shit show, not in the entertaining way. A lot of sidebar, a lot of delays, it's just going to be annoying. Yep. All of you fair weather motherfuckers that left here to go watch somebody else. You made the list. Okay. You are on the list. What the? What's up, Scott McGinnis? Yeah, I feel like we're going to get a late start. It hasn't even started yet, but I'm calling it. I'm predicting that we're going to get a late start here. See, that kind of shit is acceptable. It's totally okay to leave another channel to come here. Okay? I want to make that abundantly clear. That is perfectly okay. It's not okay to leave here to go watch another channel, but you can totally leave another channel to come watch this channel. Absolutely. Let's now open and make seat. Oh, snap.
All right, good morning. I came into 3 motions that I did not have when I checked email before coming to court today. So I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them. So, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Here we go.
Let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the
So it is Bowden. Okay.
Other one later.
I felt like Bowden sounded right,
My motion,
even though it was spelled
memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar, that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go in beyond Bowden, delve into third-party, inadmissible evidence, those objections are what compelled me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury. And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Bukkake has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective orders, that's something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right. Why don't you come up, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, look, a sidebar. When does that ever happen? I mean, dude, it's not fair, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's not fair that the defense actually has a defense. They're supposed to just accept this railroading and framing of an innocent woman. It is not fair, Your Honor, that they actually feel entitled to know that the investigation was absolutely faulty and they did jack shit to investigate the murder of a Boston police officer and planted evidence and all of the evidence that indicates that they planted evidence. The jury should not hear, because it would affect the outcome that I'm looking for, which is to prosecute and convict an innocent woman of a crime that she didn't commit, Your Honor. That's it. That's what I heard. Because this dude is completely full of shit. He's a fucking weasel. Yeah. Your Honor, it's not fair. I just want to win, Your Honor. Michael Morrissey threatened my family. So, I don't know. I don't know if that happened. I have no idea. Oh, is Ted Daniel in there? Sweet. Yeah, he is. Sitting next to Sue O'Connell. Oh no, Ted Daniel's over there on the end. My bad. Is that that's the dude from Court TV. Ted Daniel's over here, sitting next to DePietro. Absolutely amazing. Dude, like, I have no patience for this shit. So ridiculous. Trooper! Listen, turtle. Listen, turtle. Listen, turtle. Listen, turtle. Listen, turtle. That shit is so funny to me, dude. DePietro sucks. Let's see what Turtle Boy wrote. So Aiden wrote, just when you thought Hank Brennan couldn't get more pathetic, he demands to voir dire his own witness. Usually this is done because you want to prevent the other side's witness from testifying. But this seems to be a recognition that Bukkake has been an unmitigated and unprepared disaster thus far. If Bev had allowed Michael Easter to testify, we could hear from an expert about this matter. But she didn't allow him because she's corrupt. Absolutely. 100%. And then let's see what Mark Betterow wrote here. We've discussed Brennan's penchant for ouch objections. Oh my God, I love Mark Betterow. We discussed Brennan's penchant for ouch objections, but this is the mother of all ouch objections. The DA's predicament was caused by their failure to call Proctor and the court's denial of a police procedure expert. The answer is not to say no mas and make the court stop it because it hurts. I love when attorneys validate like the simplest shit. That's it. Like you heard it from Mark Betterow himself. Hank Brennan is crying again. That's all this is. Hank Brennan is whining and crying. Ouch objections. That's what this is. Ouch, ouchie. Your Honor, I strenuously object to the defense's ability to have a defense. I strenuously object to this, Your Honor. Now, before we continue, it's important that you guys know. It's real important that you guys know.
The Guerrero was right about the shoe. The shoe was not the same in the picture in court as the shoe pulled from the evidence bag by Trooper Bukkake.
It's not the same shoe. Just so you guys know. It's not the same shoe. The glare was right about the shoe. Don't forget. I should probably let's see. Sorry. Yeah, it's very important that we understand. Because I don't think that you guys like really get it.
People are talking about John O'Keefe sneakers. What are they saying?
On the bottom, white. He goes, no. He's like, no, bro, that shit is fucking black, dude. Like, you can see the snow on top of it. Look at it, dude. Use your eyes.
It appears that the sole of the shoe is darker in color. It might be the lighting. It might be the snow packed onto it.
Shadows don't work like that, bro, where you can see white. And I mean white. Right here, dude. Right here.
Shadows don't work like
right
that, bro.
here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Dude. Shadows don't fucking work like that.
Yeah, and it's a big discussion online too. Everyone is posting pictures of the shoe in the snow next to the shoe in evidence and saying one has a black sole, one has a white sole. People have researched that Nike makes a shoe that looks like that with a black sole, with the white around the side of the sole, but the bottom being black. So there's a lot of controversy about that, and we'll see how it manifests itself inside of the courtroom, how far the defense goes with it through cross-examination, etc.
Like, you can see the shape of the sole, the design of the goddamn shoe, bro.
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road, Kansas. Yes, you are.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in again, and let Mr. Brennan.
It's a different fucking shoe, bro.
What was that?
I don't care what you say. That is not the same fucking shoe.
Is there a theory that a shoe was planted? Where did that shoe come from? Where's the other shoe with the white? How did someone have another Nike with a black sole? There's a lot of questions that it raises.
It doesn't take a fucking attorney to see that that's a fucking black-soled shoe, dude. It takes someone with eyes.
What are we doing, magic tricks here? Eklund, what just happened? What is that?
Foolishness, because that's not the same sneaker. Listen, I am not a sneakerhead by any means, but that is two different sneakers. I think this would open the door to like a My Cousin Vinny type moment in which you make a sneakerhead an expert.
I don't like your attitude.
What else is new?
I'm holding you in contempt of court.
Oh, there's a fucking surprise.
What'd you say?
What?
What'd you just say?
What'd I say? What?
Fuck about being right in the public's eye. I give a fuck about it. Right? I just need to know. Does Karen Reed and her team know that is not the same fucking shoe? That's all I want to know.
I asked Karen Reed about it after court today. Take a listen. Karen, there's a debate over the shoes. Do they match from the picture to what John was wearing?
Just look at the evidence. Look at the pictures. I didn't collect them. I've seen that, though.
That is a different fucking shoe.
And then there's another picture of two shoes side by side. The way that that picture is shot, one looks bigger than the other. One looks darker than the other, more dirty, I would say.
Dude, that is clearly a shoe with a black sole. Clearly.
What was that? I mean, he's saying that's the shoe that was found on the curb. No, that was yesterday in the left shoe. Take a listen now. They take this break, this mysterious break, and then they come back and it's like, oh, that never happened. Take a listen to this.
Kingdom Radio, y'all. Kingdom Radio. Got to give it to him. Kingdom Radio. Maniacal Miss. Listen, it's okay to be stupid. All right. We all excuse you here. Okay. Because make no mistake, if you disagree with me about the shoe, then you're stupid. I don't care who you are. Doesn't matter who you are. If you disagree with me about the shoe, you're stupid. Because it's a black sole. The shoe in the picture has a black sole, and the shoe that was held up in court has a white sole. Chat GPT even said so, bro. Okay? Don't laugh. It ain't funny. Scott McGinnis, now you're just being ridiculous. Turbulence in the chat. JFK, good morning, my friend. It's good to see you, buddy. It's going to be a long day, bro. It's going to be a long day.
You are unmuted.
Here we go. The glare was right about the shoe.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Julie. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be able to happen. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research and investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here for the week?
I saw the glares stream about the shoe.
Could we have Sergeant Buchanan again, please? And Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That'd have been awesome, bro. One juror stood up, said, "Listen, it's a different shoe, Your Honor." Bailiff, have this person removed, please. I'm telling you, it's a different fucking shoe, Bev. That would be amazing.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the way. Thank you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick.
I'm telling you, after a while, all you're going to hear is.
Let me ask this. Well, very important. So that you sit there and wait. Let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30, but I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later.
Sounds about right again.
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring, yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Oh, shit.
Yes. Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
That changes
I'm not
everything.
100% sure.
What?
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, or perhaps?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that 3-page report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
This is crazy. I can't fucking believe that. I mean, I do believe it. But yeah, Proctor totally fucking got into that ring cam footage. Dirty fucks. You bunch of dirty shit bags.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the ring, from the ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time.
Dude, are you serious right now with this bullshit?
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you.
You
I want to
dickhead.
ask you a couple of questions.
You suck, you asshole.
About your testimony on direct examination related to
dirty fucks.
Your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced.
I'm not a doctor, but nope.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Hmm.
Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin.
Yeah, right above the
apart from the
laceration.
abrasion.
Like I could see it.
Abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration. Do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV.
Yeah.
You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, he did not know.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and were a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Right, Charlie?
Yes.
Oh, Mom, you're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop!
This is Ken.
Mayor, Coach Jones.
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
Bro, today.
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Oh boy.
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DeChico, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Bukkake, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Dude.
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
What do you guys think this is on my balls? Should I see a doctor?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with your
Yes.
permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
Just a second.
Right, thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you gonna need this?
It's Exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Exhibit 116.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Oh,
Do you see that person in
shit.
court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated? What is he wearing?
Oh, shit.
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the...
God damn it. That's law and crime. Hold on, let me refresh it.
In response to, and going back to the...
Yeah, like I'm gonna have to find another feed. Give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna find another feed.
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far.
Wow.
Correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Look at him acting like it's...
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
Yo.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
I guess Bev
he
shut down that
disliked
fucking...
Trooper Proctor's
What your idea?
phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
There's no way.
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone. Correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through the naked pictures, naked pictures through the phone.
What do you mean?
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
Trace the signal.
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime.
Bro, are
the
you
fact that he
serious right
wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
you cannot comment on or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
Wow, bro.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him
Get the fuck
from
out of here.
potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Wow, dude.
Do you stand by your testimony that
Wow,
Michael
bro.
Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
Unfucking believable.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak to that.
But that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
Oh, you motherfuckers are Starsky and Hutch. Stop it.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I mean,
I acknowledged the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that?
Wow, dude.
Well, let me ask you another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman.
Bro.
No less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts state police officer?
Well,
by myself or
No,
somebody else?
By Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power. To go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you've derived, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
No, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
As part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
Wow.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does
You
that mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Dude, the jury right now is like, there's no way we're convicting this woman, bro.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability,
That
correct?
jury is convicting
That's correct.
Barry Reed.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation.
Wow.
He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one. October 2022.
Wow. You look like a retard.
Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism?
Yes.
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
During his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism. You said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes.
Competence? Do you believe he displayed competence?
Yes.
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Dude. Wow.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and
what about
it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Buchanan, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss, correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority, correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone, correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Wow, dude.
Objection.
Do you justify
First Amendment right?
his statement?
Not
that
yours.
vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
Wow.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do
This is fucking wild, dude. I am like, my mind.
He didn't
is
just put
blown
it,
right
that
now.
derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it.
Yuri's
correct?
done.
You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
Yo,
My question is,
Jackson is heated up.
did he just say the word, or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
You're a liar. I never saw the text, but I acknowledged it. Okay.
You know what I mean? We approached it just very briefly for a scheduling issue.
In a group text, by
Jurors,
the
feel
way.
free to stand up and stretch.
In a group text. I love that. In a group text, Yuri Bukkake sees Michael Proctor say, I'm going through David Yanetti's retarded client's phone. No nudes so far. Okay? And homeboy sends a thumbs up emoji. Like, here's how that thumbs up emoji translates. I read your text and I liked it. That's how it translates. It translates to nothing other than that. It doesn't translate to cool whatever. It could, but not without it translating to I read your text and I liked it first. That's it. B. Cooper is acknowledging what I'm saying and liking it. That's what he's doing. Tracy L. Same thing. Cause and effect. So Yuri Bukkake is not only a disgrace, but he's also a fucking liar. He is a fucking liar. You know how I know he's a fucking liar? Because he knows the difference between what is integrity and what isn't. He acknowledged the fact that those text messages were unprofessional. He acknowledged the fact that he acknowledged those text messages. He acknowledged the fact that he didn't do anything about it as his superior, his subordinate in a group text chain with other officers. He didn't even give a shit that other people saw him doing this, that like he was setting a bad example for other officers in the text chain. He acknowledged all of this. And then he also acknowledged writing a report that praises Michael Proctor, gave him a 4 out of 5, called him exemplary, called him exceptional. This proves that Yuri Bukkake is a fucking liar. And this is what I've been telling you, folks. Not only am I right about the fucking show, okay? But I was saying before that the I was saying before that that since the prosecution's not going to call all these other witnesses. They're not going to call Proctor. They're not going to call Higgins. So he's putting everything on Bukkake. All right, well, he's the superior, right? This is Jackson's plan. He's like, I'm just going to put this motherfucker on the stand, and I'll take 2 goddamn weeks if I have to. I'll put all that shit on this fool. Fuck this guy.
Well, we should have given you a break before this, but I thought that was going to be quick. Why don't we take the morning recess and we'll take...
All right, so now we're going to go to morning recess. Now we're going to go to morning recess. I think we're just going to rewatch. I think we're just going to rewatch what we just watched, because that shit was fucking crazy.
5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the Cont, or false?
It was true.
Evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Here we go.
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Wow.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
I'm retarded?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does
You
that mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone.
Good grief.
And look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it.
What?
Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Joe, flip ahead. Homie, the word retarded is so fucking back. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Like, I mean, I'm going to celebrate that shit, dude. I'm going to celebrate that shit. Retarded. 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 You understand me? You understand me? Oh my God. So what about the fucking Massachusetts State Police, bro? What about the Massachusetts State Police? What about Proctor going through John's phone and fucking with his Ring camera app? What is that shit? What is that shit? Dude, this case is fucking over, dude. Like, I didn't think the defense was going to come up with more shit, and they did. Like, it's amazing. The prosecution wanted this to go to a second trial. This is the irony, the beautiful irony of this, is that the prosecution and Judge Bev pushed so fucking hard for this to go to a second trial, and homeboy Brennan came up with absolutely nothing new at all. And yet more shit that was exculpatory has come up for the defense. It's like, all right, you wanted a fucking second trial. Now here we are. Now take your medicine. Sit down, shut the fuck up, and take your medicine. That's what's going on here. This is the wildest shit. I've never seen a cross-examination like this in my life. This guy's fucking done. Alan Jackson is right now a wrecking ball. He's a wrecking ball in the sense that he is right now knocking down Yuri Buchanan's career as a Massachusetts state trooper, as well as the prosecution's case altogether. Like smashing. AJ Hulk smash. That's what's happening right now. There's no dressing this up. Like, this dude is just sitting up here fucking lying. And he's acknowledging and confirming the data that Alan Jackson is showing to the jury about how this investigation was conducted. He's acknowledging and confirming all of it. And then he's sitting there at the same time saying this investigation was conducted with integrity and honor. Michael Proctor conducted this investigation with integrity and honor, while acknowledging the fact that Michael Proctor sent those disgusting text messages, while acknowledging the fact that he acknowledged the text messages and liked them. Right now, what Yuri Buchanan managed to single-handedly do is make this jury not trust a fucking thing in regards to the Massachusetts State Police when it comes to this trial. Maybe forever. Each juror. There's no way that any juror is sitting on that jury right now going, the Massachusetts State Police. If I hear the Massachusetts State Police one more time in this trial, immediately I'm dismissing it as anything credible. If I'm a juror, the term Massachusetts State Police means fuck all to me as far as evidence goes. If they touched evidence, if they were in the orbit of evidence, it means nothing to me. Right now, this jury is sitting here going, what the fuck else could there possibly be? What else could possibly come forward and come to our attention about this case and about this investigation? I'm still waiting on something other than these little commercial breaks showing Karen Reed bragging about drinking. I'm still waiting for something that's considered to be tangible evidence. Yeah, this trial should be streamed and televised like the OJ trial. Like it should be multiple channels. going over it. Multiple news channels like Fox News should be going over this trial right now. Like, if that were to happen, I feel like that could actually put pressure on Bev to just fucking dismiss this case. Because everyone watching this right now, this is the thing. Everyone watching this right now feels this case should be dismissed right now. Everyone. The problem is that there's not enough people watching this. That's the problem. There's not enough people watching it. So make sure to share this out. Anybody else that you're watching, make sure to share their stream out too. You know, I mean, all you with your personal social media accounts, share this shit out. Make people aware. This should be pissing everyone off. The fact that this is happening in an American courtroom. This should be infuriating the fuck out of anybody who considers themselves patriotic. Anybody who's ever had any faith in the American justice system, this should be infuriating them. Now, things work both ways. It's just the way that shit works in the mainstream media. And I'm not even necessarily blaming them. I mean, it's just the way it fucking works out. It's like they talk about how there's this missing white girls syndrome, right? When it's a pretty white girl, it gets blasted all over the news that this person's missing and everybody's looking for them. But if that person's a minority, nobody gives a shit. Nobody blasts anything. And this is not untrue. This is not untrue. It happens. And I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just saying, let's be honest. The majority of high-profile missing women cases are pretty white blonde girls. You know? Right? But now think about it like this, though. What if Karen Reed were a minority and these particular circumstances were happening to them? CNN, everybody would be fucking blasting this everywhere. This would sell a whole lot more online papers. Some say we wouldn't even hear about it. I'm saying if Karen Reed were a minority but still had the resources that she had the same level of intelligence, just a minority, just of a different ethnicity of any kind, is what I'm saying. Would she get more attention or less? I think she'd get more. Just simply how things are set up nowadays. Now, I'm not saying that a minority should get more attention than another or vice versa. That's not what I'm saying. I'm merely making an observation as to how I see mainstream media working nowadays. That's all I'm doing. I'm not giving one opinion on one side or another. But some are saying she wouldn't get any attention. I don't believe that. I believe she'd get more. I mean, think about it. If you can spin this into this is a racial thing, you're going to tell me that wouldn't garner way more attention world fucking wide. You're going to tell me it wouldn't? I mean, you got blinders on. Let's get real. I mean, look at Marvel and what they're doing. Just saying, it's just the way the culture is nowadays. You're going to tell me that a racism aspect to this story wouldn't sell more papers? That's naive. That's naive to say that's not true. That's all I'm saying. But I am of the opinion, my personal opinion is that it doesn't matter what ethnicity anyone is. If this is happening to an American in the United States of America, it's an injustice and everyone needs to be talking about it. And everyone needs to be spreading the word on it. And everyone needs to be educating other people on it. Now, not like my girl who called in last night when I was live, who was like telling the whole world, man, she was really cool though, but I was just joking around. But I'm saying, like, if you're just like, if people are saying, listen, I don't care, don't like leave me alone, then fucking respect their boundaries, bro, and just leave them the fuck alone. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. But I'm saying, like, this is the kind of thing that if there's important shit to talk about, it's a conversation starter. I mean, you go into how this investigation was conducted, it's going to make people go, wait a second, what? Because most people, intelligent people, like something that's going to provoke thought. You know, they like something that's going to provoke thought. You know, they like that you're gonna say something that's going to make them think, and that's going to spark a conversation. I mean, and this is the kind of thing that does that. But I just feel like it's important to try, you know, simply because this could happen to anybody. And the fact that this is happening in the United States of America is disturbing, to say the least. Winnie, thank you so much. And especially when you think of the Turtle Boy aspect of it all, right? When you consider when you bring in the Turtle Boy factor, then it's like, okay, there's a serious constitutional issue going on here that needs to be addressed in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. We should all feel affected by this. We should all be upset about this. We should all be concerned about it. All of us should. That's why I give Vinny Politan so much leeway lately, and I'm a little more patient with him because he is at least acknowledging these things now. When he talked about Turtle Boy, he at least acknowledged that. He had people on his panel that disagreed with him. That's fine, of course. But he at least sounded First Amendment, pro First Amendment. And that's great. When I hear people like Julie Grant going, he's a criminal, lock him up, and have Wendy Murphy on there saying the same shit, and they're idiots. And the irony is Turtle Boy did 2 months in jail, not just for his own freedom of speech to protect his own, but to protect theirs. I've said this since it happened. I've said this since he got charged. That Turtle Boy is wearing these charges now everywhere he goes, instead of taking a plea and going, all right, fine, and then moving on to some other case and talking about it. He saw this as an opportunity to fight for freedom of speech because they are trying to shut it down. And the irony is that he's fighting for the very people who attack him and lie on him and their freedom of speech, their freedom to freely be able to do that. He actually sat there in jail for 2 months for their right to attack and criticize him. And this doesn't merit acknowledgement, gratitude. And let's be honest. I always laugh because that's exactly how I see it. Every time I see someone on X or Twitter say something really, really hateful about Turtle Boy and then like spread lies about him and Meredith, and you know, every time I see that, the first thing I think is just like, how ironic that the very reason that they hate him is because he's fighting for their right to be able to do what they're doing to him. It's so ironic. Tracy L, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. I mean, there's really no downplaying that irony. We're about to come back soon, so I want her to be queued up. Yeah, this is so much more than just cops framing an innocent woman. This is about people, a local government colluding to shut people up from talking about it. That should scare the fuck out of you, dude. That should scare the fuck out of everybody. It scares the fuck out of me. Dude, remember the movie Fletch? Chevy Chase, right? Remember Fletch was working undercover to learn about heroin, drug deals, and shit on the beach. Everybody was a fucking smackhead on the beach. So Fletch was doing this undercover. He was working undercover on the beach to try to figure out and infiltrate who the dealer was, right? Where the drugs were coming from. So one scene, he's wearing roller skates and he's wearing like a onesie kind of thing, and he's got a bald wig on with a little bit of an afro and a beard, and he's roller skating down the beach, right? And then or no, that's a different scene. Sorry. But there's this dude named Gummy. Okay, you can tell I've seen this movie a bunch of times. This dude named Gummy. He's a smackhead, right? And Fletch pretty much hits him up for information. And then the cops came and hassled him, right? And like threw Gummy in the back of the car, right? Threw Gummy in the back of the squad car, these two cops. And Fletch grabs a rock and throws it at the cop car, and it breaks the back windshield. And they just kept going. And Fletch makes the observation. He goes, "They didn't want me." That's how I felt when I did the T-Rex arms with Aiden in front of D&E. It was the same thing. They didn't give a fuck about me. I did the same thing he did. But they're not trying to shut me up. I don't pose a threat to them. Turtle Boy does. Because Turtle Boy finds out the information. I just perpetuate it. That's all I do. I just talk about it. But that's how I felt. I was like, why didn't they? I was like, are they going to charge me? And I showed up to court to support Turtle Boy thinking they could at any given time. Somebody goes, well, that's the friend right there. Cosgrove be like, well, Your Honor, that right there is the friend, and he goes by the name The Glarer, and he has a YouTube presentation. Like, he could have totally done that. But they weren't interested in me at all. They didn't even mention my name. They weren't interested in me at all. Why? Because they were so interested in Aiden. They weren't interested in the crime that he committed because he didn't commit a fucking crime. They were only focused on trying to get him locked up, trying to jam him up. That's a fact. The actions dictate this. The chain of events dictate this. I sat right there in the lion's den. If I was afraid of getting arrested, I would have taken off. but they were not interested in me. Why? Because if they were interested in a crime being committed and getting justice for that crime being committed, then I would have been charged too, because I did the same thing that he did. But we didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't about a crime because no crime was committed. It was simply about jamming Aiden up. Yeah, you can't scare a window. You're not scaring anybody. Nobody was scaring anybody, dude. So stupid. Right. I mean, the nuclear bomb and their little frame up attempt here, make no mistake, was Karen Reed having the foresight to hire someone like David Yannetti, who immediately had the foresight to file a motion because he felt like something was shady here. He was like, I want all the evidence. Immediately, David Yannetti's instinct was, I want all the evidence. The moment she was arraigned, he filed a motion, February 2nd, 2022, filed a motion for them to preserve all the evidence. And what happened? He was right, because nothing but fuckery when it came to the evidence and discovery of it has taken place in the last 3 years. And that gets the ball rolling. You have this informant comes into David Yannetti's office or calls him or leaves him a note. I don't remember how the fuck it happened. And then Turtle Boy gets a hold of the story. These were nuclear bombs. This fucked everything up. The fact that it's taken 3 years to get us here is the miracle. That's what's craziest. But it's almost like, again, you have to. I do the best I can to find the blessings in everything, and I think the blessing in this taking 3 years is you've also gotten 3 years worth of evidence that has been uncovered. 3 years of evidence of corruption going all the way around Massachusetts. Not just Michael Proctor, but all of this light shined on the McAlberts. All of this light shined on the Massachusetts State Police. All of this light shined on the Norfolk County DA's office. And all because Turtle Boy did this. He shined a light on all of it. And that's why they want to shut him up so bad. Yeah, Norfolk County is a fucking mess. Like, basically what Turtle Boy's done is he's conducted an audit in the system of Norfolk County. He's conducted a very public probing, is what he's done. And people don't like that it was him. You know, too fucking bad. You don't get to pick your heroes, dude. The person who steps up and has the tenacity to do this might just be someone that you find to be the most annoying fucking person on the planet. But maybe it takes the most annoying person on the planet to be that tenacious. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with Turtle Boy. I'm just saying He can be very, very, very overwhelming. He can be obnoxious. And to me, it just sells the shit more. I love it. The more obnoxious the turtle boy, to me, the better. To me, the more obnoxious the turtle boy, the better. I'm a big fan.
You are unmuted.
People hate it.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony
Even for the procedural request that I made sidebar.
for that. So, all right, I think the jurors are no way.
Wait, what just happened?
Rise to the jury.
So what are they saying? Are they saying that? So he has a line of questioning, and she's saying that it's not right for this witness. You can't ask this witness that line of questioning, meaning Bukkake.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes. As we were walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had, Michael Proctor had, with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
the allegations? Do you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding.
Or a prior proceeding in this case?
It was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020? 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, this is crazy. So like I'm taking my stab at TikTok. So here, follow me on TikTok. Because I think I'm gonna start making some TikTok videos. It's just a question of I'll keep up with them. So I mean, I don't know. Like I've never been much of a TikTok guy, but I think I'm gonna start trying to like be more TikTok active, get with the times, that sort of thing. Yeah, I posted that a bunch already. Yeah, it's really funny. That was oh gosh, she's a mod for uh Justice Serve TV. I don't know why I'm having brain farts right now. Here, we'll watch that while they're at sidebar.
Listen to the glare of the Commonwealth has no guys. Listen to the glare of the Commonwealth has no guys.
That's just funny as shit. Oh, I forgot to check who. Let me and I'll share her yeah, okay. Oasis Cat. Let's here. This is the person who made the video. So follow them on X if you're on X. Why? No, I don't want help. What the fuck? Why is this blocking my, okay. Yeah, follow her on X. Oasis Cat made that. She's a mod for Justice Surf TV. And they're still at Sidebar. Here we go.
Listen to the glare.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview, along with Michael Proctor, with Chris and Julie Albert, was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Will it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely.
Listen to the glare.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Listen to the glare.
I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I've just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay. So we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
That shit stuck in my head too, man.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but I did review it.
Being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD.
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I had to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sallyport? There's a pedestrian door not the big roll-out door, but the pedestrian door, someone going in and out of the pedestrian door?
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're stating, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway and seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone
Listen to the
moving
glare.
from left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
You do remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Canton PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then
with the court's permission,
doctored.
Well, they have just a moment.
I don't know when they were chopped up and inverted.
Listen to the glare.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
Oh, we've never seen these. These are the Canton PD videos.
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now?
Yeah, this is where we see Higgy's
I'll
phone
agree.
call.
If I have a problem, I'll
I wonder if he's
All
wearing
right, so for the
shoes.
first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay.
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
All right, we just have to keep a record. That's
Understood.
Let's watch
It's a little
Higgy's phone
complicated. I guess.
call.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32.
Pagliaro, go fuck yourself. Pagliaro, go fuck yourself.
With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
Amazing. Is he moving any cars besides the Jeep Wrangler? Or is he
Okay,
just
stop.
moving the
Sergeant,
Jeep
did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
Is he wearing Nikes?
Okay, stop. All right. Did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
It's a decorated dude.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go and play it. And that's it for that. If we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if you can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one.
He's got a fupa.
Mr. Wolk, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date. Let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sallyport.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
His life is fucked now.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sallyport.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay. And for the final clip.
That looks so shady.
If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Wolk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. Appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
Piggy's caught on video.
May I have just a moment? Could you pause this, Mr. Wolk? Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video. It is playing. Stop.
Testimony.
Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42 a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward. Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video. correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time.
Let's see the bottom of those shoes, buddy. Let's see the bottom of those shoes, buddy.
Can you see that?
No, it's really
Cheers.
blurry for me.
Cheers. Cheers.
There we go.
Yes. Now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken. AM.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through.
Cheers. Black bottom shoes, bitches. Black bottom shoes, bitches. Black bottom Nikes.
Okay.
Black bottom
Who
low
did that
top
appear to be
Nikes.
walking away from the camera in this
Black
shot?
bottom. Black
I'm not
bottom
certain.
low top Nikes.
I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
Cheers.
As best you can determine, does he have the same
Yes.
stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. It should appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip
Got the shoes
I'd ask you
on.
to look at on the same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sallyport, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please?
Something illuminating by his face.
What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds.
He's
In the
lighting his
morning,
face
AM.
on
If you
fire.
could move the screen over to the individual. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. We can move on, please.
A tablet.
Play
It's
that
got a
through.
really small tablet.
And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Okay, stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolf, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
Get to the game.
My bad.
The killer apologizes profusely.
Yeah, man. A lot of cars being moved right now. I went there to move some cars. What? Like, I mean, none of us are surprised. We knew it was bullshit when he said it in the first trial. Sitting there on the stand with a fucking lawyer next to him, and he's going, I went to move some cars. I just went to move some cars. Like, nobody believes you, dude.
Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame from
JCL
into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, something very important to note here is why didn't the defense have this in the first trial? And why why is it not a Brady violation that they didn't have this in the first trial and it came later, that they obtained this before the second trial? Why?
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Shit.
Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go ahead and play it.
Get the fuck out of my face with that shit.
And what do you see, Brian Higgins?
Don't go to the whiteout conditions.
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Shit. Shit. He changed his shit. He changed his shoes.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something, when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
shoes. Satchel of shoes.
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Shoes.
Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
He's wearing
Yes.
different shoes. He's wearing different shoes.
He's got new shoes on.
What did you just see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In 20, well, are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
No.
See him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, he totally did.
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any private get-togethers?
No.
Okay.
Bukkake hangs with Higgy.
Pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer it, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not, know.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
This energy drink tastes like a dream.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving, or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
You're objecting to everything. Shut up.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions on what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Bukkake's gonna shit himself.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to have to just hold it up. May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Okay. Paul, the lunch is here. Jurors, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, it's lunchtime already? It's lunchtime already? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, people. All right, let's see what Connor McManus has going on here. Holy. Listen, people. I don't invite this shit. It just comes to me. Bro. There it is, bro. Okay. Black soled Nikes. Soles going up the heel. Okay? Listen to the glass. Fuck yeah, bro. Who the fuck is Toy? I don't know Toy.
Out the video issues.
Hold on, something else is going on here.
Yes. Okay. May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor either during or just before or just after that first interview
Oh,
with
is this
Chris
the
and
voir dire?
Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? What did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
I think it is you.
Yeah. So I.
Yes.
Just so you have it.
Thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about your word accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals. Elizabeth Proctor and communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Oh,
so with the crazy behavior that's been imposed on them and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic
Shut the fuck up. Nobody believes
experiences
that
they
shit.
had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to...
Go ahead. In order to?
Investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, right?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29th, 2022. Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29th, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a post, a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there was like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, for the motion, yeah.
Leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that. So I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
What about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between Julie Albert, between Courtney
Because
Proctor?
you weren't doing your job.
And,
that's why you didn't see him.
Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is
messages.
the first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
Proctor's taking breath.
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Bukkake's hair got lice.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed and was revealed in open court the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor? Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, FBI, open up! Were you in court when those were revealed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that detail.
Did you review all of these proceedings?
Due to the court harassment. The constant harassment.
I'm not aware that it's
He was
televised.
really
No.
loud about that shit.
I know it streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, streamed. However, whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024?
Bukkake's scared of turtle boy.
Referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant thereto.
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were three individuals involved in the investigation, yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor, is that right?
In what
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final decision?
Other than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay,
let's wrap this up.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all admissible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your voir dire, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. So
Wow.
you have to be back here
Wow.
in 35 minutes. All right. When's the jury coming back, Paul?
It was 20 of.
All right.
Wow.
Be back here at 25.
So
Ready to go.
not letting any of that go.
All eyes to the court, please.
Wow. All right. I gotta take Clubber out. So I'm just gonna leave you with this for the moment.
Listen to the glare. The Commonwealth has no guys.
Okay. Go away. Stop. Dang. All right. Yeah. So I think I got Clubber all worked out. My lunch is on its way. I still got to go grab that as soon as it gets here. Because I'm starving, man. I'm hungry. I don't find it to be a coincidence, people. That Brian Higgy happened to have been wearing shoes that match the description of the shoe that is found in the snow that did not match the shoe that was shown out of an evidence bag in court. I do not find it to be coincidence, people, that he went back into some other vehicle, changed clothing, most likely shoes as well, and then got back into his vehicle and drove away, saying that he was moving cars, but no cars moved, did they? Let's find out. Listen, I don't do this for accolades, people. I'm a man of the people. What I do for the people. Okay? As I said yesterday on Brits, okay? Get up in the morning and I piss excellence and perfection, but also humility. Okay? Very important that you understand that, okay? Humility. I urinate humility. Very important that we understand that. Okay. Let's watch the Hickey video again.
Well, does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hands up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we can move on, please. Play that through. And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play
Now,
this through.
It's important that you guys also understand that when Jackson says Your Honor, he's referring to Judge Bev, not me for finding out about the shoe. Okay. I realize that could be easily mistaken. When he says Your Honor, okay, he's not referring to me, even though that's an easy mistake to make, and I understand it. He's actually referring to the judge because it's a common term used to refer to a judge in court. So he is referring to Judge Beverly Cannoni when he says, Your Honor, not me for finding the shoe and finding the shoe situation and uncovering it. Okay. Very, very important that we understand this. All right. What I do for the people.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Jeannie Lynn for Clever. Thank you so much. Yes. And yes, you're absolutely right. Exactly. More humility. That's all that is. Bless me. There I go again. Unreal. Can't help it. Yeah, now I don't know if that's a forward edge. I have no idea if that's a forward edge. Look, John's other shoe. You win handle of the day. Okay. There's nothing really creative about that handle. It's just I agree with it. So it wins handle of the day because, you know, that's it.
Stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolk, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this
now
video at this point when he walks into frame?
I'm going to have to go ahead and tell Karen's team because I know that they're breaking bread right now and they're watching as they eat. But I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys to please, there are more pressing things than the importance of myself to focus on right now. Just focus on the strategy of when you get back into that courtroom. Okay. I'm not what you need to be watching and thinking about right now. Okay. Karen Reed's defense team. I get it. You're waiting for the next nugget of genius and wisdom, like the shoe. That may not come right away. So I would suggest focusing your energy on Karen's defense at the moment so that when you come back to court, you're as sharp as possible. Okay. I get it. I get it. A bunch of other people here feel the same way you do. Okay. But we need you to stay focused. Thanks, guys.
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
I mean, they're probably just waiting on me to let them know what to do next, but I don't work for free. Okay. Right. I can't afford to work pro bono on this one. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. You guys get it. Not gay, Jeff. You're not stupid either. I love it. He wear the size 9 though. Listen, the size doesn't matter, okay? Because they just needed to take a picture of a shoe, dude. They didn't take a picture of the size of the shoe, okay? They just took a picture of the shoe. Okay? All right? It was just for photographic purposes at the moment until they could get the other shoe out there. All right. I get it, Scott. It does. When it comes to being allowed in pools, certain pools, they'll let you in certain pools. Other pools, they won't. And it's hurtful, too, when it happens. GG Love, thank you so much because I'm exceptionally good. Fugate rocks. Fuck yeah, it does. Fucking right. Listen to the camera. Fuck yeah. Debbie knows what's up.
Pause it, please.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen to the camera.
Excellent question. Where were you for Shugate 25? Were you watching with the source?
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay.
What?
And walking toward which vehicle?
She.
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe that it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No,
okay.
no.
Let's go ahead and play it.
Back, buddy. Static.
And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Watch out. Must be at you.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did it appear, did you see anything in his hand,
heavy
like a bag or
whiteout
a satchel or
snow.
a duffel bag or something when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
I want to see. Did he have a duffel bag?
And when did it appear?
Hello? The Commonwealth has no case! All right, here we go. Let's see. Does he have a duffel bag or something here? What's going on? All right, I see him like right back there.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did it appear, did you see, and what do you see Brian Higgin or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay.
All right.
And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Higgins got a new pair of shoes! Let me cause up a ruckus here, bro. What?
So, well, y'all, on my day started. On my Mother's Day started.
Let me pause it. Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
What is he doing?
Now, has that person walked off screen?
Okay, so he goes in the car.
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Commonwealth has no case.
Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
Need you to get your shit together, Higgy. You're fucking up, buddy. You are fucking up, my friend. Ooh, that's a lot of wasabi. You can feel it in your nostrils. Ooh. Oh, man. That's a lot of wasabi. What is this guy doing? Bro, that shit is shady as fuck.
What did you see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what he had was a snow broom. Could have been the murder weapon.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
No.
See him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea. No.
I don't know.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Canton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked
where he is saying that the
Here's your
president
boy.
has failed the American people. Now, granted, this was done last week before the big news.
Will
today
Turtle
is
Boy sneak
obviously
up behind
just the
him?
Trade deal seemed to have a trade deal with China.
Who the fuck is this guy?
And that is just sending the market flying right now. President Trump also, I just want to mention, they are in the process potentially end in sight for two wars going on in Gaza and then also Ukraine and Russia. But what about your assessment, Justin, of Congressman Gabe Amo and taking to the floor and attacking the president in that manner?
Well, politically, it seemed like it was just part of the Democrats trying to, the 100-day theme. Like Trump's first 100 days was a failure. And so it was, I think he was just told out, they were probably all told, just go out and say whatever you can to be negative against the president. And, as I think of it, it's very striking. I mean, there's no sense of the loyal opposition. There's no sense of let's work with the president for the good of the American people. It's just we're not in power, so we are going to attack.
Dude,
attack,
nobody
attack.
gives a
And
fuck
it
about anything you're saying,
absolutely
dude.
has no relevance to Amo's supposed constituents here in Rhode Island. And so I think people should really take a closer look at how our politicians are acting and what they're saying and what they seem to care about, because they don't care about us. They're just being partisan.
Like
and
that's what Grant wishes he looked like, and he's still a virgin. It's amazing.
damaging the country, in my view.
You know what else, Justin? I think that's another example that if you don't have C-SPAN, and when they're televising this 24/7, is he really getting up and saying those things? And I agree with you.
Oh, shut up. Fucking moron. Jesus, man. Wow. Nobody believes you kind of like Court TV has a poll up. They're like, how believable is Yuri Buchanan's testimony? Not believable. 69%. 69 dudes. They're like, not believable at all. Not even a little bit. So, no.
And their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he called.
The fuck?
Correct?
That is correct.
Oh, they edited it.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does that mean?
You knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comment, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Nudes.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He's able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022.
Quarterly review.
Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
The Cunterly review.
Professionalism?
Yes.
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
During his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism. You said utmost professionalism, correct?
Utmost
yes.
Conterpabilism.
Competence? Do you believe he displayed competence?
Yes.
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Strict contegrity.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael?
The fuck? Oh, they edited it all out.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and
that's my favorite. That's my favorite. So how do you explain the charges against Rich Schiffer? How do you explain the charges against Turtle Boy? How do you explain the charges against the Canton Nine? Since you are all about protecting people's constitutional rights. I'm a big fan of hearing you say that, by the way, Bukkake. I'm a big fan of that. That's really fun. I'm really glad you said that because that's just going to bring more attention to all the fuckery you're doing outside of the Karen Reed case.
it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Buchanan, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss. Correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority. Correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
I do not.
I got sound.
In his official capacity.
I got sound during that part right here. Ready? Hold on. Here we go.
As a Massachusetts state trooper.
Listen to the glare!
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, please don't do that.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask the question.
finished with my
Comments
question.
first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
What a liar.
You know,
Guy's
may
a
we
fucking
approach just very
liar.
briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
While they deal with that scheduling issue, let's bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us from Oakland, California, civil rights and trial attorney Lateef Gray is with us. Lateef, I want to get your opinion on whether or not having Sergeant Bukkake is better for the prosecution when it comes to this kind of cross, because let's assume they're not going to call Trooper Proctor, the one who actually wrote some of these really terrible text messages. This jury doesn't know about how bad it was in the first trial. Do you think it's helpful at all for the state to not have Proctor, but still have this stiff cross-examination of Bukkake?
Good morning. Even though Proctor is not testifying, this witness is testifying essentially by proxy for Proctor, and it's not looking good for the prosecution because this is one of Proctor's supervisors, and the fact that he's on this text message exchange where vile words are being used, and he tended to like some of these text messages and did nothing to stop them or discipline Proctor, it's not looking good for this officer as well as this department.
Yeah, I like that. A proxy for Proctor is what Bukkake is having to be right now. How do you clean this up if you can on redirect by the prosecution, or it just is what it is?
I think at this point it is what it is. This officer probably should have just admitted that Proctor was wrong and didn't engage in ethical behavior. But had he done so, he would have thrown Proctor under the bus. And by his actions of not, disciplining Proctor and liking some of his messages, he might as well have gotten under the bus right with Proctor.
Yep. Facts. Dude, are we back from lunch yet or what, people? The hell is going on here? We need Channel 5 to intervene. What was Piggins up to at CPD? One man, one shoe. A federal agent enters a Canton police department. He comes out with one shoe. The glare was right about the shoe. The glare was right about the shoe! That's it, bro. That's it. That's the movie. Now you know. Now you know. Okay? Now you know. I don't have any fucking idea what to do with myself right now except eat my lunch. We're just going to wait for court to start. We're back. Cucumber. That's delicious. Very refreshing.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask that GG for identification be moved to the evidence.
Yes.
May I inquire? I'm so sorry. I did it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sallyport when the SUV was first pulled in. And you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order. Thumb drive.
Enter Shoegate.
Are we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it in evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues. So,
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
Mr. Jackson, is this one?
That's it.
Exhibit 118?
Do you recognize
Okay,
as
now
this
you
being
may
the shoe?
display it.
Thank you.
Do you agree that this is the shoe? Oh, never mind.
Could we play beginning? What's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? 5:37:03. This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause. Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior, Sallyport, back wall.
Okay.
537, maybe.
Okay.
Can you see where it says, listen to the glare?
When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward?
Mirror image. No, bro, it's
You see
inverted,
where
homie.
Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. You see where Mr. Proctor went.
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances,
we're trying to defend this.
Importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Okay. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle? Do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward.
It appears that he's dick stepping.
Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle?
Morph.
Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature
I can't tell.
as compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car? What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell
So he's fucking tiny.
whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward.
Berkey.
And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay. Do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward.
The Commonwealth Motion video.
And did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark.
Oh my God. Oh no. My sushi. It has morphed into my face.
I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Brady?
No objection, thank you.
Okay. This 119.
With the court's permission,
Yes.
now, Sergeant, what is this show?
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the
asshole.
the date and time?
It appears to be a mirror image of my balls that I sent to my friends and asked them if I should see a doctor.
Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk?
Bro, it says police, bro. It says police, bro.
Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again.
Oh, he's talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's backwards because you
Sergeant,
mirrored that shit.
Let's play this forward for just a quick second.
It's backwards because it was inverted. Because it was inverted.
Pause.
Bullshit.
Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sallyport?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left
The
rear,
far
or the right
side.
rear in this
Your mama.
footage?
What? Your mama.
It appears
what?
if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the
kickstand.
vehicle.
Your mama.
Can we play this forward?
Your mama got a wooden leg with a kickstand.
And
Your
do you
mama.
see
What?
Mr. Proctor's
Your mama.
head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes, yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is, yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sallyport, that was not quite true, correct?
Gotcha. I'll allow it.
the way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Stages to that form.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
Oops. Yeah, weasel your way into that one.
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that? I love it.
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sallyport at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found. Right.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if that's...
Come on, dude.
5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Nice. Well done, fucking idiot.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What a jackass. So Turtle Boy wrote that Berkowitz is probably rotting in hell right now. And he had the chance to write like a confession before he died, and he didn't. So he's going to hell.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
I got into it with somebody on Twitter about this. They tried to say that there was no time to plant the tail light. Jackson's about to prove there was. I don't even have to say shit.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
H.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sallyport. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sallyport garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph, I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Would that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Could be Chief Berkowitz?
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
That could be any of the other assholes who don't have any fucking hair in the Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police Department.
Can you tell me the date that's on the the date and timestamp at the bottom?
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I take a look at that?
Sure.
Need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Stay away from the light, Carol Ann. Carol Ann.
It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, I have a final video. Oh boy. I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
As next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered now.
Exhibit 121.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we
Yes.
present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty?
I can't tell what they're looking at all.
Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way. Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be. Yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that.
That's the timestamp. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen.
Dude, I don't think he's going to
Pause.
get done with this cross today either.
Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp. What time is that?
5:47 p.m.
So in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sallyport to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier,
Wow.
of about
I see where Jackson's going with this.
5:36 or so, with you and, I'm sorry, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video.
It did not present itself, no.
That's because you doctored the video. That's because you were breaking the tail light and taking it over to fucking 34 Ferry to plan it. Fuckers. Oh, he finished up. I ate my words. I have eaten my words, but I will not when it comes to the shoe.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
You're a little cunt.
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted? And then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I didn't.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
Final answer? Final answer? Yes, that's my final answer. Who wants to be a corrupt fuck? Unreal.
Twat.
Yes, absolutely. Carla, Frank Karen Reed gifted 5 memberships as well. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys could tell, but I'm doing everything I can to like not fall asleep. So that's why I'm making random noises and and just being completely and totally careless at the moment. Because I'm really full on bad sushi. Is that your final answer? Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. These sidebars are fucking exhausting.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
Hallways of the Canton PD.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time?
When did you provide it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce.
You provided it like 2 years later, bro. What are you talking about?
Is it 122?
Nicole Pierce, thank you.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022 for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was the video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And like that AI app is cool and everything, man, like making everybody babies, but like they made this guy way too cute. It wasn't accurate. Like, you know, this guy was an ugly fucking baby, bro. As Seinfeld would refer to it, or as the doctor in Seinfeld that played Sentinel, he would say.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sallyport?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sallyport.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time. Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce.
I briefly dated a woman that everyone referred to as Gaps in Time. Gaps in Time, y'all. Gaps in Time. Oh man, gaps in time, y'all. Oh my God.
Sure, that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
You gotta feed the baby.
Breathtaking. Dude, if I was there right now, I'd bust right into that courtroom and be like, you switched the shoes. Like fucking Richard Kimball and shit. You switched the samples. You switched the shoes so that Evelyn McGregor could give you Rogue Vassic.
Yes.
What is it?
It's Sallyport clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sallyport, and could you take us to about 5:35?
When I came home, there was a man in my house. He had a mechanical arm and Nike shoes and a black sole. I fought with this man. You find this man. Oh, Jesus.
As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sallyport to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, it did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sallyport video.
Move to introduce this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Any
Switch
other
the
item? Do
samples.
you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I would move this into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 127.
What is this shit?
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sallyport?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sallyport.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview
that
Road
funny, bro?
searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there,
already
do you
made
remember
that
that
joke.
they arrived at 4:54
Somebody
and
already made that
4:56?
joke. Stop it.
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sallyport, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department, were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Yeah, bro.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
Did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At the Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight, traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
to make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well.
Okay, smart
So-
ass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
There was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No,
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes,
Is that typical in an investigation?
yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection.
Wow, bro.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No,
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
All over.
no, we did not.
Okay.
Thank you, Liz. Liz gifted a membership. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. So fucking ridiculous. This whole thing is so stupid. They need to just let this woman go. Fucking Higgy. Higgy in his fucking shoes, man.
When I came home, there was a man in my house. He had a mechanical arm and no game. I fought with this man. You find this man.
The fuck, dude? I don't understand why they're going this far with this, bro. Like, makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, dude. Dolly ain't in no goddamn Boston. If he is, he doesn't have the balls to show up to the buffer zone. Buffer zone.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
Now, at any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe well after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Well, I am.
Did
trying
they
to solve a puzzle.
give you any
I
details
just found a big
about what they had
piece.
found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you see
Mr.
where?
Brennan, what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Buchanan testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said, Respondent, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buchanan and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told.
What?
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay.
Prove
When
that.
the Lexus was brought to the Sallyport, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
You switch the samples. So that Devil and McGregor can give you Provasic.
While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. So, Mr. Jackson.
Could
I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced
You're gonna have to do better than that,
red
bro.
light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Should I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please?
When the ARCA experts tested,
And during your
Use a
investigation, when you
mechanical
were making
arm.
this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow.
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the
Oh, shut up.
missing red
Nobody
right rear
believes you.
taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection, Your Honor.
Not formal sustainment.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation. And I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When
did you switch
you
the
were
sample?
called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert?
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe? Did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was.
Yes.
And you had worked
How are
on a
these
case
witnesses'
or
names not
some
familiar
involvement
to
in the
you?
case with him?
That
Yes.
just says you
Did
didn't
you
do
owe
your
him any
job.
particular favor or kindness at that time?
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
I'll allow that.
I did not, no.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military?
Yes, I was.
Served the president?
Yes.
And so at this point, how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene?
Sustain.
What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Is that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers? Well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Differently witnesses.
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Just whether you knew.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
What did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
I'll allow it.
No.
After speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital to make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave you with relative to your investigation?
I'll allow that.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those are in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Of this at all?
Yes. Majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was
Stop it right now with
actual
that
damage, coupled with the statements made. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle. My focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
We can approach.
Dude, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. It's the most ridiculous shit ever. Like, I just don't have the patience for this shit today. This guy is just lying and lying and lying and lying. Five minutes left my ass. The court doesn't end till 4. Y'all are out of your mind. You think that this is over. We've still got another hour of this shit. Oh shit, there's a Kung Fury 2 coming out? Fuck yeah, dude. The first Kung Fury is fucking great. Great soundtrack too. Awesome David Hasselhoff track on that. I love the people who started off talking about this case, like the bigger creators that aren't talking about Karen Reed. Like, I'm wondering why Christina Randall's not talking about Karen Reed. Let me check real quick. Nope. 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 She's talking about every other case except Karen Reed. If I had to guess, I'd say early on she tried saying she was guilty and now feels stupid. Isn't that right, Christina Randall? I don't know. I'm talking shit.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned. And we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
Piece of shit.
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap,
Stoic.
a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
Because you didn't do your fucking job. That's why. Because you didn't fucking investigate. If had you done any investigating, then you would have seen there was.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back. So I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he
he?
participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Guarino, I saw it.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was in?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
And that was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report.
Would the police report potentially refresh your recollection?
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Potentially. I hate this guy so much.
I do not want you to read from it.
He's awful.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, what does Brennan think he's gonna do here? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, does he think that he's gonna undo in any way, shape, or form what Bukkake's mouth just did for the last 3 days?
After reviewing the report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022 about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information was provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
Objection.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection.
I'm going to see Counselor Sidebar for just a minute here on this one.
Dude, yeah, this is fucking awful, bro. This is fucking torture. I'm not even trying to lie. The worst shit in the world. Like, cause it just redirect is interesting sometimes. But the problem is in this case, redirect is boring as fuck because cross-examination is so damning that there's no coming back from it. There's nothing. Like when we hear Brennan's questions, we go, dude, really? And then when we hear Bukkake's bullshit answers to those bullshit questions, we go, dude, really? So it's safe to assume that the jury is listening to this and going, dude, really? You know what I mean? So, like, it's just Brennan just wasting everybody's fucking time. Like, the cross-examinations have been so damning. There's no coming back from all of the shit that we listened to Alan Jackson yank out of Bukkake's face. Like, this whole time, he has sat here and got this guy to contradict himself over and over and over and over again and act cocky about it. And basically getting Buchanan to prove with his behavior the arrogance that Alan Jackson is trying to show the jury.
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police, were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and we're attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You mean the infotainment system? Funny story about that.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on a Lexus, do you know which troopers, do you know if Trooper Guarino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know. And yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it was.
And when you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
I'm going to allow it. Remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to
That's your
form
whole case. That's your whole case.
The case.
Wow. That's your whole fucking case right there. He just said that was his
There
case.
were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8th, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
That was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do. Seven 13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
No objection.
Can you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is one large piece of plastic, red in color, one small piece of red plastic, and one piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show. This one's labeled 22-02-184-7-13 as the bag, and this is letter number or a letter labeled A as an alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022. This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo. This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Man, this is some bullshit. Who's this man?
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please?
now you eat all the food. Okay, good boy. Good boy.
Let's take one at a time, please.
714 and 715.
Let's start with 714. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
Regarding 714, can you show us what Mr. Parker found on February 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a variety of wax, like stamp bags, as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled 714 and then A. This here is B. This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $715.
Please, I'd move 715 to evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Were 714 and 715 two separate bags, both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Give it 1:30.
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir. This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A. This is two pieces of clear The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me.
Shoot. Fucking shoot.
This is a canister labeled debris collection with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but.
Very well. You can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. I'd like to go to that last day.
That would be the 18th, I believe, of February.
And do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please? It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This one's labeled
Get
B.
out of my fucking face with that shit. There's no way that so far the pieces of taillight that he's shown were missing from the taillight.
Here we have
Look at that
3
shit.
red taillight pieces taped together.
That shit is the size
Appears
of
to be mechanically
Australia.
fitting.
What are you
Labeled
talking
A,
about?
C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
That shit
No, no.
Do you know where those labels in the tape come from?
Greenland, bro.
I believe that's from the crime lab. They label, identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation.
Nobody believes that shit, dude. Stop it right now.
Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf.
You bunch of dirty fucks.
And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No fucking way. That footage from One Meadows Avenue showing her taillight driving away, that much fucking taillight was missing off of it. No fucking way. No way at 5:07 a.m. was that
You
much
earlier
fucking
mentioned
taillight
that
missing off of her taillight.
the tow
No
truck brought
way.
the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
And one more thing. It's a different fucking shoe. Okay? Shadows don't work like that, bro.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yeah,
Yes,
like,
it is.
What the fuck was that, bro? Like, what was that? What the fuck was that supposed to be?
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
I have to go over and get it.
We don't have it. I'm sorry.
It's straight across there.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Sure. I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can.
You-
When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
I could have 99C. And could we now have 99D? Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if you could turn the lights on and take that down, please. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of your bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at the back of the pants, please? As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Yes, the grass stains on the left,
Objection.
the appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute, transferring green staining onto his pants.
Are you or do you know from your investigation the amount of snow that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2022?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe's pants. I have just a few final questions for you, Trooper Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate, or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Or else.
Did you, in fact, vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone from his phone?
You is lying.
Not that I noticed, no.
You know, that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification. I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. Identification number is that?
Bev, put a stop to this farce now. This is a farce. This is a crock of shit.
My apologies. I'll need to look. I don't know the number offhand.
I think the clerks might have it.
It's marked for identification.
Yeah, it's actually marked. It was EE now.
Oh, it was introduced?
It was.
I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 115. As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce
Wow.
those documents as the next
Dude,
exhibit.
come on.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you find any?
Dude, you're killing me right now.
132.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Proceed. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So-
Trooper Buchanan, when you studied the materials, the conversation, communications between
Trooper Kennick.
Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
Wow, amazing.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
If I may, got 10 minutes with this fucker in my hot seat. Let's go.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins in your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
Objection.
I mean, he's an ATF agent.
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
Right. Why would he
No.
need a lawyer present?
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because he wasn't in custody, correct?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you're investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him? About a girl he was interested in. Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, text messages, like you said, speak for themselves. You'll agree that showed that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right? Everybody's got to reach out to somebody. First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
Exactly.
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted.
He
out
wanted
of this,
the real deal.
and stated that he's friends with
so.
Mr. O'Keefe. So
He wanted
he
the
wanted
real
clarity
deal.
from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
He wanted
I
the real
didn't
deal.
read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
Come on,
What
AJ.
about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long and sending a text that said, well?
Objection.
I mean, come on, dude.
Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins' state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look.
Stop it.
We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that.
You're not
Or
speculating by
was the intent of communication by that text message.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner. And then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message, well, after having been intoxicated. You see that, detective, as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see
But
it.
you didn't explore it. Right.
When you got all these text messages.
You didn't explore it.
We did not follow up on that
right
aspect based on
You
the
didn't do
totality of the entire investigation.
You
Did
didn't
pull
do your
the tape
job.
at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Love triangle, one of the most common motives
Sure.
for murder.
Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. You see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside.
Right.
Or come here.
Very reasonable since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Oh,
Did
get
it
the
look,
fuck
in
out
your
of here with
opinion,
that.
that was just a hey, let's go together, or did it look more to you like, hey,
It was aggressive.
come outside,
It was
or
aggressive.
let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
Yeah.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together, right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much
Dude.
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me 10, probably 10 minutes.
Okay. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break it 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get it finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring it back again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation.
Right on. The jury's like, no, don't stop now, bro. Jackson has this
You're aware
jury
that, according to the tape,
cradle.
John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for
The
it.
jury loves Jackson.
You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong, and you intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, correct?
Objection.
Is that something that you want to be on the scope? So move along.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red taillight.
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jen McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th. We interviewed.
The day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report.
Okay.
From earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago.
Yes.
And you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that was an apparent grass stain and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared. Yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from? Or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
that. Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
They yanked,
Could be
they
dirt.
fucking pulled him through the dirt.
Could be.
Is what they did.
Could be oil or
They
grease.
dragged his body through the yard. Through a wet yard.
I don't know about that, but
They look brown. Stains look brown, doesn't it?
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator, right? Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
Dude.
My common sense
I
dictates that it
fucking
was
love
not a
it.
drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
They had something in its pocket or being dragged at an angle.
Uh,
Dragged through a crease spot. It was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
Get the fuck out of here.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate the forensically.
And there's grass stains on
What
both
those stains
sides,
actually
by the way.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The shoe.
It depends. I guess you can,
Turbulence in
depending
the
on how loose
chat.
it is.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive
Why can't anybody
form here, I can't.
Say
You've heard of beer muscles.
definitively.
That's a common phrase, right?
Never heard that before, no.
Beer guts. Ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar.
Beer balls.
Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage,
Even better. What does liquid courage mean?
Right. There you go.
giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have
unless
if
you were
weren't
drunk.
drinking.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jensen?
I'm trying, Judge. I
I'm
won't be much
trying,
longer.
Judge. He's got.
You had
control of
evidence
the
that
jury
Brian
right
Higgins
now.
had been drinking most of
Jerry
the
loves
afternoon and evening that or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did At the time,
Jackson
you didn't pull
owns
the
that
tape.
courtroom right now.
At the time, you didn't pull the tape at
It's your
CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry. Can you
At the time-
give me a reference when at the
Sure.
time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th, and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mhm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay, and you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation at any time?
Interview him?
Yeah.
Talk to him about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his
interview
phone.
one of my own troopers.
You did not realize that Trooper Guarino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Guarino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
Is that it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally. That's what I'm wondering.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question.
The dude is fucking ballsy, bro. Like, he's already 10 minutes
As
past.
you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not
He
there's
owns that
evidence
courtroom right now.
that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32:16 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I am not, Your Honor.
So the answer is
The answer was
No, I'm not aware of that.
all right.
all right.
Boom.
Guys, I appreciate you staying late. So,
Alan motherfucking Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury.
Now, people, what I do for the people, okay? I want to be clear about something here. Now, I posted this May 9th, 7:46 a.m. Okay, today is the 12th. This was posted May 9th. And I said, I suppose the taillight got a hold of Officer John O'Keefe's back pocket and ripped it, right? And I guess the taillight dragged John across the grass to have caused those deep stains, right? Right? Listen, people, I don't do this for accolades, okay? I do this for the people. Okay? Dragged. Now, so far, I'm not charging Karen Reed in anything for my counsel, okay? But I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help in regards to the shoe, regards to the jeans. I'm happy to help. Okay? Just doing my due diligence, folks. Okay, I didn't swear any oaths. But I am a man of integrity. Okay? Oh my God. You guys can tell I'm tired, man. Just talking out of my ass here, dude. Yeah, and both pockets are fucking stained. They dragged him through the goddamn yard. I pointed this out a few days ago. Alan Jackson just pointed it out. Not trying to imply that Alan Jackson's looking at my Twitter. Just saying. Oh my God. It's so stupid. I don't know how you guys put up with me. Shit sure is fun though. Oh man, I love you guys so much. Yep. I am I think I'm done for tonight. I am exhausted. I still got to go to the gym. But yeah, I'm beat. I'm tired. But guys, big day today, man. That was a lot. That was a lot. But yeah, that was crazy to see all that footage of Higgy at the Canton PD. Some wild shit.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Mark my words. Thank you, Jen Dalgaus. Mark my words. I will have satisfaction in regards to this shoe business by the end of this trial. Mark my words. Okay. People, thank you so much. Please make sure to smash the like. All right. On your way out. It means the world to me when you guys do that. I could feel it when you guys do it. I can feel it. Make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Make sure to hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live, because I be going live on the fly sometimes. I did that last night. Was hanging out. Brit happens. She had a cool little fundraiser, man. Fucking, I shouldn't even say little, man. She raised almost $3,000, 3 hours. It's fucking awesome. I was really happy to be part of that. And then I just, since I was all set up, I figured I'd go live, and I do that quite a bit. So I just get a wild hair up my ass sometimes when I go live. So make sure to hit that notification bell to make sure so you guys know when I go live. And if you're new subscribers, I hope you're enjoying the channel. I know I'm a little different than most creators, especially ones that cover trials. I get it, you know, but I refuse to apologize for it. And sometimes I'm just trying to keep myself awake through it, and then I just go wild. But anyways, I'm really grateful to you guys. Thanks for everything. Thanks for all your support. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing, so generous, so kind. Yeah. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.